We could get everyone at the seats, please. We need to get started. Mr. Manager, would you please present your items under our work session, May 14th, 2024?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First up is Earl Story, Director of Public Works, with updates on projects on Elbow Road.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. I'll be giving you updates on two. Thank you, Mr. Manager. I'll be giving you updates on two projects along Elbow Road, the roadway project and the bridge replacement project. So I will start with the bridge replacement project. So, that replaces the existing bridge adjacent to the Stumpy Lake Spillway. And so, if you drive over today, you'll miss it because it's only about 30 feet long. But it is a structurally deficient bridge that is in need of replacement. The pictures that you see to the right of the slide show the bridge, and then it also shows it overtopping during Hurricane Matthew. And at that point, we had to do some emergency repairs, had to go in with sheet piles and do some improvements to get us, to hold us over and keep the bridge safe till we can go forward with the full replacement. Because the new bridge is taller, a portion of that will be in the city of Virginia Beach, and we'll talk about Virginia Beach's contribution to the project. So the right-of-way acquisition is complete. We will start utility relocations later this month, and we could start construction as early as this fall. The thing of interest to council is this construction will require a long-term road closure and detour. We're estimating that would take 9 to 12 months. We're mindful of the impact on that, to our citizens and commuters. So we are having discussions with VDOT about the possibility of including an early completion incentive in the contract. And the detour is marked, but it would include Centerville Turnpike to Lynn Haven Parkway to Indian River Road, and the project would continue until the spring of 2026. I share this slide, and I know it's a little busy, but the kind of the middle part of that slide that you see with the blue shading, that's roughly where the existing bridge is today. So the new bridge will be about 4 times as long. It'd be 120 feet long. It would be higher, and because of that added height and length, that puts a portion of the project into the city of Virginia Beach. So again, I know the slide's a little bit busy, but I'll just focus on the shaded portions of that graphic. What's shaded in the purple is our bridge project. What is shaded in the tan is the elevation on the Virginia Beach side to bring the roadway up to the elevation of the bridge. We will manage both aspects of that construction under a contract with Virginia Beach. So that would be procured as one project, executed as one project. And then what you see highlighted in green is Virginia Beach's ongoing improvements of the various phases of Elbow Road. So our capital budget for this is roughly $7.5 million. That's funded by VDOT. Virginia Beach would be contributing another $3 million for their portion of the project, bringing the project total to $10.5 million. And again, we would have an upcoming item for council's consideration to enter into a contract with Virginia Beach. I'd also like to just, while we're here talking about Elbow Road, give you an update on the roadway widening portion. So again, just to recap the scope of the project, it would include 2 12-foot wide lanes and wider shoulders, leaving a much safer roadway with a much better drainage system. The project is 90% designed, and we're continuing to go through the environmental permitting process with the Army Corps of Engineers. When we get to this portion of the work, this would not require a full closure, but it would require intermittent daytime flagging operations. So I'll show you a couple of the typical sections. So this slide shows what the ultimate section would look like. So it would ultimately be 4 lanes, 2 lanes in each direction with pedestrian and bicycle accommodations. As we work through the core process, they're always looking at, the environmental impacts, and in this case, particularly the impacts to wetlands. And they're often looking for us to shrink the footprint, to minimize those impacts. So based on comments that we received from the Corps, the next iteration of the plans will eliminate the 5-foot bike lanes that are adjacent to the roadway, but will widen the sidewalk on the east side from a 5-foot sidewalk to a 10-foot path. So we'll have 10-foot multi-use paths on both sides of the roadway. And we are also reducing the number of stormwater facilities along the corridor. So this slide shows what this project involves, and this is what I would consider interim conditions, but what you see to the left of the slide is the existing Elbow Road. What we will be building is new eastbound lanes, so taking you to Virginia Beach, and then we will have one fully standard lane in each direction to include, safety shoulder and pedestrian and bicycle accommodations. We will be permitting for the full 4-lane section, but we're kind of working towards the money and building this 2-lane, section here today. So as far as the schedule goes, again, the plans are at roughly 90%. We're continuing to have dialogue with the Corps of Engineers and DEQ. And again, you can see that the dates for right-of-way acquisition and then construction start and construction completion in the fall of '25 and the fall of 2027 respectively. You can see that the budget as it exists today is $23 million. Our revised budget is just under $30 million, and that delta of funds is included in the capital budget request for your consideration later tonight. And I will say this schedule is largely contingent on obtaining the Corps permit. We've been at it for 4 years, trying to get that environmental permit. We're continuing to work through that. So, this is our best estimate of the schedule, but that's certainly subject to change. And, it's certainly our goal to be able to coordinate this work as much as is possible and practical. The road improvement schedule, again, is subject to regulatory permitting. So it is possible that the roadway work could lag behind the bridge work. I would not recommend that we delay the bridge work, though, because that's funded by VDOT through their state of good repair funding. That could bring up some funding issues with them. And again, the roadway portion would not require full closures, but periodic flagging. And as I previously mentioned, we would have consideration for an agenda item for council's consideration, authorizing the manager to enter into an agreement with Virginia Beach for construction of the project and for appropriation of their $3 million contribution to the project. And with that, I'll stand back for questions.
Mr. Sori, I guess a number really wouldn't help me, but how much traffic is actually going to be diverted to Lynn Haven Parkway? Is it going to be a significant impact on Lynn Haven Parkway? I just don't know how many cars really do the Elbow Road thing.
So I could get you a number for our average daily traffic on Elbow Road. We just have to remember when we sign a detour, some people unfamiliar with the area, they're going to follow that detour. A lot of people will go, they'll choose their own alternate route. Right. So, it's not necessarily a one-for-one for what is no longer here that ends up on Lynn Haven Parkway.
So I guess the good thing about that area, there are a number of alternatives.
Sure. So, Mount Pleasant Road would see an increase. Some of that traffic would work its way to Kempsville Road.
Well, it certainly is a project well overdue. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Ritter?
Thank you. Do I remember correctly that when these improvements first came up, our portion of Elbow Road was $6 million? I mean, I think this is fairly, if that is the correct recollection, this is certainly an example of how costs have escalated.
I can't say for certain that it was 6 million, but definitely costs have escalated over time. And, you know, while they're high today, you know, if we don't move forward now, they'll be higher later.
No, I don't disagree with
Sure.
you, but it's just indicative of cost escalation.
Yes, ma'am.
And
Agreed.
I don't, you know, anecdotally, Elbow Road is a significant issue. I mean, it really is. This is long overdue, and Lynn Haven Parkway is an easy alternative, I think. I take that rather than Elbow on the rare occasions I go to Virginia Beach. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Sorey, what is Virginia Beach doing on their end to do away with that 90-degree turn right there? We're doing all this widening work, putting in this new bridge, and it's going to crush down to that tiny little 90-degree turn. Are they going to improve that? Is there some alternate route that's going to take?
I'm going to phone a friend on this one, so I've got our team behind us here. Do we know exactly what they're doing with that? Yeah. So this is Jim Long. He's one of our project managers with us.
Good evening. City of Virginia Beach has actually got a Phase 2B, 2C project to realign Elbow Road and make it 4 lanes from somewhere around Salem Road to Indian River Road, and then there'll be a 2-lane connection from Indian River Road to that bend. So that bend will effectively come out. The bend at Stumpy Lake will come out, and the switchback, if you were in Virginia Beach, will also be gone.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Also, Mr. Sorey, what's the speed limit going to be on the new widened portion?
I believe it's 45, but we can
45,
double
so
check
will there
that.
be any guardrails or anything up separating the lanes?
No, but it will be a 16-foot median.
Median.
Yeah, separating the lanes.
All right,
Yes, sir.
thanks.
Council? Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next item, of course, tonight is your budget adoption, so I just wanted to highlight the changes that council has asked us to prepare in anticipation of adopting the budget tonight. Council, at your last work session, gave thumbs up on public defender salary supplements in the amount of $117,000. The elimination of the tangible personal property tax on farm equipment to a little bit in excess of $140,000. And then the largest item, as you'll recall, you had a presentation from the Commissioner of the Revenue about collapsing the income band structure from 11 categories to 4 categories to provide tax relief for elderly and disabled residents. And in addition to collapsing that structure from 11 to 4, council asked that we also consider raising the income qualification levels to be more consistent with surrounding jurisdictions. And so the budget impact will be $850,000 from that item. We didn't really talk about this, but just for transparency, I wanted to let council know that in context, the $850,000 that would be generated in tax relief from this proposal is roughly equivalent to the amount of revenue generated from the $3 increase that council approved a few years ago to the vehicle license fee. That was one of many new fees and taxes and expenditure reductions that were necessary to pay for the public safety pay plan. And so just on order of magnitude, collapsing this rate structure for elderly and disabled tax relief has about the same budget impact as if you were to reduce or eliminate that $3 increase from the automobile license fee that you approved a few years ago. So that's just providing that number in context. This is certainly something that's too small a print for you to see, but you have this available in front of you, and viewers at home can see. Councilmember Ritter, a few meetings ago, asked for a list of our current property tax relief programs, number of participants in those programs, and then for an order of magnitude perspective, what is the foregone tax cumulatively from each of those programs. So you can see a listing there of our current property tax relief programs, and then in terms of foregone tax, that equates to about $20.5 million annually. So really just wanted to provide that recap to you, to let council know that we have captured everything that you've brought up in your work sessions. We're prepared to move through the agenda tonight to adopt the budget, and be happy to take any questions.
Ms. Ritter?
Thank you. I don't know, my eyesight's just going, gone. So for the folks who are watching on TV but can't see this, would you mind reading through it, please?
Sure. So we have multiple programs that are currently in place for property tax relief for various groups. So we have a personal property tax for disabled veterans tax exemption. There's approximately 3,200 participants, and the foregone tax is about $3 million. There's a personal property tax for disabled veterans, a reduced rate. There are a little over 2,400 participants, and it's about $1.2 million of foregone tax. There's personal property on motor vehicles specifically equipped to provide transportation for persons with disabilities. 5 participants in that program, and foregone tax of $3,200. Several real estate, or 2 real estate for disabled veterans and surviving spouse programs. 3,940 participants, and about a little less than $15 million in foregone tax. And then finally, real estate for the elderly and disabled, what we talked about this evening, a little more than 1,700 participants, and foregone tax of about $1.65 million.
Just for people who are listening, the disability means rated at 100% disability by the Veterans Administration?
That is correct.
Okay. Just want to make that clear, because there are a lot of people, including in my family, who have less than 100% service-related disability. So that's for 100%. And the total, I've tried for a week, Dr. Dietrich, to figure out how to say this in your terms, as opposed to tax relief or relieving the burden is not imposing the burden. Is that acceptable for you? Yeah, it's all nomenclature, but I think it's important to note that there is, and then I just have a question, because I've never asked this before. These are separate and distinct on the personal property tax. So the participants get, there are actually about 5,500 eligible participants, as there's nobody getting both. Do we know?
We will check and verify.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for getting all this.
Other questions or comments from council members? Any other items or any other discussion, Mr. Manager?
No, sir.
Okay. Council will begin our regular meeting at 6:30.
Mayor West, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Council is now in order. I'd like to call on Councilmember Carey at this time for the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is the day that the Lord has made. Whether we're having good days or bad days, let us be reminded to rejoice and be glad in it. Father, thank you for your love, your grace, and your mercy that you've given us. Thank you for allowing us to see a day that none of us have earned or deserved. I pray that you will help us to be grateful, help us to be reminded of this gift that you've given us. Lord, thank you for each individual that sits on this dais, that you've appointed them as leaders over the city of Chesapeake. And as we sit in this role on this evening, help us to keep justice and righteousness, help us to keep in mind that we're here to serve the citizens, and help us to be mindful in our deliberations to an intended outcome. Pray that you will be with us and be glorified by all that we do. In your name we pray, amen. Please join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Carey. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bunn.
Here.
Councilmember Carey.
Here.
Councilmember Ike.
Present.
Councilmember Newens. Here. Councilmember Ritter. Here. Councilmember Ward.
Present.
Councilmember Whitaker.
Present.
Vice Mayor Dietrich.
Here.
And Mayor West.
Here. Next is the approval of the proposed agenda. Are there any changes to the proposed agenda?
Mayor West?
Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Yes, Mayor West, I'd like to, motion to approve the proposed agenda with the exception of, under the consent agenda, City Clerk, item 1C.
Is there a second to the
Second.
motion? Thank you, Dr. Ward. Any discussion? Please prepare to vote. Please vote. Please record.
Motion to approve the proposed agenda as presented with the exception of City Clerk item 1C is adopted by a 9-0 vote.
We have tonight several special presentations. Our first presentation is our Daily Gnome Creative Arts Center. And we have with us Dawn Leonard and founder Faith Leonard. Would you please come to the podium?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of City Council. We'd like to thank you for having us this evening. We're here to present a community collaborative art piece that we had the community do during the month of April. So this was done at the Fine Arts Festival, during Spring Art Festival, as well as our Walk for Children's Mental Health Awareness on April 28th. What you see in front of you is a tessellation. Each piece is a wooden person that is kicking in the air, kind of like a karate kick. And the title is Connecting the Community to Kick Anxiety with Creativity. Each individual child and adult decorated a piece with acrylic paint pens or crayons, depending on the age. They did it to represent themselves, their personality. The instructions were to write a positive affirmation and one of their strengths. So as you look at the pieces, you will see some have written that, some have not. Ages ranged from 18 months up to 92 was our oldest member. There are over 400 pieces. It is double-sided because we didn't want to make it too large. So we cut it in half. So there's about 200 pieces, a little over 200 pieces on the back. This is all from members of Chesapeake that did this together, and it's to raise awareness for children's mental health, which is the month of May. Thank you.
Faith, did you want to say something?
Come on, Faye. You got it. You got it. Just
You're
say
with
something.
friends here. Can't say anything wrong.
Why don't you let them know how many children you've served since you began? Because that number's higher than last year. She's
Well,
still-
we really appreciate
We've served over 5,000 children in Chesapeake.
Yeah, we really appreciate all that you're doing, both of you that are making a difference in people's lives and doing what we talk about all the time, connecting people, and just appreciate you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for allowing us to have that in the city.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
That's
Thank you
very,
for-
very cool. Thank you.
Yes.
Next, we have a proclamation for National Bike Month, and I'd like to ask our Parks and Recreation Director, Mr. Michael Barber, to come to the podium, along with Bicycles and Trails Advisory Committee, Rogard Ross, and committee members, LaKayla Lofton, nice to see you, and staff liaison, Anna Alex, I'm going to mess that up, I'm sorry. All right, please, Mr. Barber.
How about other members? Are there other members of the commission?
Is Steve Froncello here?
Yeah, there's
Okay, good.
Good evening, everybody. We're very excited about National Bike Month. We've already kicked it off with a historic ride through Sunray, as well as having our annual Bike Fest. But tonight, we have Rogard Ross, who's the chair of the Bikes and Trails Committee, here to say a few words.
Good evening. On behalf of the Bicycle and Trails Advisory Committee, I'd like to thank you, Mr. Mayor, and the City Council for making the National Bike Month proclamation. One of the desired outcomes we've seen of the City Council is to improve non-motorized connectivity across the city, including the use of bikes, trails, and transit, to provide residents with a choice of conveniently and safely being able to walk and bike to shopping, schools, and recreation. We do want to acknowledge there's a lot of work to be done. In the 2023 People for Bikes ratings, Chesapeake ranked 292nd out of 490 mid-sized cities for bike infrastructure, and 29th out of 32 in Virginia. I also ask to remember that not everyone owns an automobile. Census numbers show that in our community, there are some neighborhoods where 10% of the residents don't have vehicles, especially in our urban overlay. And in some communities, that's as high as 30% who have no cars. People don't drive for various reasons. Some can't afford it. Some are too old or too young. Some can't, and some just don't want to. More than half of the daily trips in the U.S. are less than 3 miles in length. That's about a 15 to 20-minute bike ride. Providing everyone with the opportunity to bike to shopping, schools, libraries, local parks, and biking to work could remove a whole lot of vehicles from our roads, reducing traffic congestion and pollution. Imagine even just a quarter of the car trips being taken off the road, or a quarter of the parking spaces not being needed. We are making nice progress. Many of the newer roads and developments in the city are incorporating multi-use paths and sidewalks. Some good examples are Scenic Parkway, Cahoon Parkway, and Veterans Bridge. The recently approved Lake Tracer Landing PUD has plans include multi-use paths, which were very nice to see. But we need to tie these segments together into a backbone network that connects the whole city. And we need to bring safe bike routes to the older parts of our city, where we have these large populations who need safe access to our streets. So projects like the bike lanes in Indian River Road and having safe crossing the Military Highway need to move forward. The Trails and Connectivity Plan being drafted by the Planning Department should provide a literal and figurative roadmap on how to improve our bicycle and pedestrian access across the city, but we also need to work to improve the safety today, not just in 5, 10, or 20 years. This would include doing driver education, reducing distracted driving, establishing safe routes for bicycles, having better lane markings and better crosswalks, markings and maintenance. And all of this, I believe, will continue to make Chesapeake the exceptional place to live, learn, work, farm, and play. Thank you.
Mr. Ross, Mr. Barber, could you step forward and let me give you this, please? I want to say, we really do appreciate all that you're doing. I know I'm hearing from a regional and from the city level how much input that you're providing and ideas you're providing for advancing biking throughout our city. So I really appreciate the hard work that you're doing on this advisory committee. Mr. Barber, your leadership as well. So thank you very much. We all appreciate you. This afternoon, I had the opportunity to present a proclamation to the city clerk and her staff for proclaiming May 5th through May 11th as National Professional Municipal Clerks Week. We extend our appreciation for the vital services they perform on a daily basis, and on a personal note, we have the best in the whole wide world, so we do appreciate you. The city council meeting constitutes a limited public forum. Therefore, public comments must be relevant to items on the council's agenda or otherwise reasonable considering the purpose of this meeting. As established by the council's rules of order and procedures, any speaker that delays, interrupts, or otherwise disrupts city council's ability to conduct its meeting in an orderly manner by disorderly or insolent or disturbing actions, speech, or other conduct will be declared out of order. Having said that, Madam Clerk, do we have any citizens' comments on public hearing items?
No, sir.
Next is council's consideration for public hearing items. Would you please, Madam Clerk?
Item A, an ordinance authorizing the city manager to execute a deed of vacation as to the city of Chesapeake's interest in a certain public utility easement located at 938 and 942 Providence Road. This is requested by Public Works.
Do you have any speakers?
No, sir.
Thank you. Motion is in order.
Move approval.
Thank you, Dr. Ward. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Please prepare to vote. Please vote and record, Madam Clerk.
Motion to approve the ordinance as presented is adopted by a 9-0 vote.
Next is citizens' comments on agenda items only. Do we have any speakers?
Yes, sir, we have 4 speakers. The first speaker is Vic Nichols speaking on various items, followed by Robert Wegman.
I'm not going to take these in order, but on city manager item 4, needs to be some clarification on that, because what it appears to indicate is that we could probably end up paying for other cities because they don't have enough personnel. So we, the citizens of Chesapeake, are going to have to pay for another city that is utilizing our emergency services, not like we have a ton of them to spare, and they're going to use that without paying for it. On city manager item 15, are the businesses paying the cost for the fees? Because I know in one year it was mentioned that they weren't paying what the cost of the services they received are. On 18, question for you. I know that we were not going to give money to BFF. Why are we doing anything with the CARE stuff? A little bit confused on that. Next questions I have on the budget, I have gone through this for more than a month and talked to every possible meeting in regards to what is going on here. Okay, we tell me why we need a chef, or really two. There are some of these things that have been in the budget that are kind of hidden now, and it's not transparent. I'm not seeing it. The question is why we have them in there. I brought up trying to talk to some of the regional groups. They never respond back to anyone. Apparently, I don't know what they do, but is anybody keeping track of what we're paying for and what they do? Because we did have one group that apparently got into some tax trouble from what I heard. They were disbanded and then came back as another entity, and I'm still not seeing where is the benefit to us. And I mean us. The other is what council really needs to do is to sit here and have how much stuff is going towards business and other interest and not coming back to us, the taxpayer. In other words, I was told that it would cost too much, Greenbrier, to get new water meters for us residents who have been paying our taxes, thousands of dollars every year. However, we're putting over $100 million in 1 year towards a police pie-in-the-sky thing that Virginia Beach doesn't even have, and they're getting the money. That $297 million, part of that's going to go for that ring that will benefit really them and the Frank T. Williams development, coastal Virginia. Again, that benefits commercial interest. It does not benefit us, the taxpayer. One of the things that has come out is our roads are an issue and are woefully underfunded. When are we going to start seeing a budget that shows investment in us, which are traffic, roads, traffic lights, water, any of that kind of stuff? It's not in here. I would like to know also when we're going to have that budget where we could download it as a CSV. Because I have dealt with more levels of complexity when I had to write budget reports for an about $1 billion corporation. So I would like to see what I can do with y'all's. And I'm sure it won't take me much to be able to start asking a number of questions of what goes on there. We need to have a little bit more transparency in what we're getting here, guys, because the taxpayers for the past few years, the schools got ripped because we're going to give money to the cops this year. It was the $80-some million that's going to go towards buying the land for FTW. What's up with this, guys? The ones paying the money are not the ones getting the services, and that's a problem. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Mayor West, Vice Mayor Dietrich, members of City Council. It's my pleasure to be here tonight representing myself, representing cities of Chesapeake, or the citizens of Chesapeake. I live at 1119 Fairway Drive. My office is 392 Battlefield Boulevard South. By now, I'm sure you all got a copy of, I emailed it to you, so you should have received a copy of the petition that went out. There's a hard copy petition, and there was one that I created digitally for people who didn't have access, who were saying to me, begging with me, please let me sign. I want to have my voice heard. So I created a digital version of it. As of the time I left my office, I'm at 1,609 signatures. Of course, the Virginian Pilot came out and they did a little interview, and at that moment, they emphasized that we had only 1,000 signatures. We actually had about 2,000 signatures at the time. We now have closer to 2,600 signatures. I want to emphasize something. When you do statistics, you don't take a sampling of every citizen. You take a random sample and you extrapolate. And if you take a random sample, which I've done here, and extrapolate out through the entire community, you're going to see that there are a lot of people that are frustrated. A lot of people are frustrated, they're angry, and they're thanking me, and this is the funny part. They're thanking me for stepping up and saying something and doing something and standing up for them. But you know who they should be thanking? Is you. You're the ones who are elected to do this work, not me. I got an actual busy law practice, and I'm taking time out of my already busy day to put 2 petitions together. They should be thanking you. Instead, what we have here is total disregard. We have a budget that I know probably 80% of you never read, and I know this because I have it on good information. I also know that you only had one 45-minute work session. So there are questions that this lady here asked about the budget, about more transparency. And yet, when I looked at the budget, I was like, I don't know what any of this means. I'm not a bean counter. I'm not a budget guy. I'd love to know what all this money's going for. But nobody knows. So we just keep passing it because as long as they can copy-paste from year after year and fudge the numbers so that it's a balanced budget, you all will just rubber stamp it, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that the people can't afford these bills. I wish I had well, I do have my phone. I just turned it off, but there's a video clip of a guy who's on this very site right here, this change.org. Go to it. People are still signing now. And they're saying, and the guy is saying, I don't know what I'm going to do. People are coming into my office and they're saying, I've got 7 or 8 people in my office while I'm trying to prepare for cases. And they're saying, I don't know what I'm going to do. Nobody listens. And then I look at the budget, and we just started this a week ago. So, I mean, honestly, this was just something that was built out of frustration. I only have access to social media on using one app. I don't have Facebook. I don't have, what do they call it, Twitter or X or whatever it is now. I don't have that. But you can be sure of this. I will have it. This is not a threat. This is not anything. I'm just telling you that I am building a coalition of people and citizens that are going to be, and they're going to hold everyone responsible because they're tired. They're really tired. Not only just tired of it, they can't afford it. It's just as simple as that. The tax rate, and I know there's a limit to what you can do because the Constitution says one thing, but statutes also give you the authority to do others. So right now we're getting taxed at 4.08 per $100. I just want to go through these real quick because I don't know how much time I have. I just did a couple of things. I don't have the answers, but I'm going to throw it out there to you. Mosquito control. I know that's where the city sticker, the thing that's been the bane of most people's existence, is the city sticker. We don't get the sticker, we just still pay the fee. But that goes for mosquito control. So we pay in Chesapeake, in your proposed budget here, $6 million, we'll just round it down to $6.6 million for mosquito control. So I took the liberty of checking out Virginia Beach. They spend 2.8 million. I'm sorry if I said billion, I meant million. 6.6 million, and Virginia Beach is 2.8 million. That's a difference of $3.75 million that we're spending, that Virginia Beach is spending. Do we have fewer mosquitoes? Are mosquitoes restricted to Chesapeake? Do they not fly elsewhere? Have we abated or eradicated the mosquito? I don't think so. Just come to my backyard anytime you want. You're welcome, and you'll be eaten alive. So, are we concerned about Zika virus, encephalitis, any less or any more in Virginia Beach and surrounding areas? Look at the fire department. Fire department charged $8,395,000 for what? I don't know. But how much did it recover? Zero. So there's $8 million, $8.4 million that it charged for some services, I guess probably responding to homes,
Time is up.
in which it didn't receive anything.
Thank you.
Thank you for your attention.
Next speaker, please.
Mary Christie, speaking in opposition to City Manager Item 11A, representing self, followed by Russell Christie.
Evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is the first time I've ever attended anything like this, so I'm probably off the cuff. But I am here because of Mr. Wegman and his concerns. I do have concerns myself. I've only lived here probably for the past 35 years. I come from a small town in Youngstown, Ohio. We have never seen anything like these taxes. You don't pay taxes on cars after you buy them. You don't pay personal property taxes on homes. I have an 88-year-old mother who lives here. She's been here for probably the past 50 years. She has one income. She makes $20,000 a year. That is poverty level. Taxes are $888 every 3 months for her. She can't afford it. So, as children, We are the ones who are supplementing her. But my suggestion is that she moves in with me so that she doesn't have to pay these kind of taxes. I have children that can't afford to buy homes here because of overinflated houses here. I've never seen prices like this in my life. They can't afford the personal property taxes on the cars, the homes. They can't afford delivery fees on utilities such as water, tax, electrical lines. And we're paying delivery fees that don't make any sense to me because I thought the contractors that built these homes are going to supply the lines, the piping, the electrical, things like that. But it is basically put on the burden of the citizens of Chesapeake. And I know you all don't see it, but I do, because I come from a town where none of this happens. I plan that if things don't get better here, my husband and I, we do pay a lot of taxes. If my family would live with me, great. But, you know, they're also very independent. But I know that one of these days when my mother does pass away, I don't plan on staying here because we can't afford it. And I will take all my family and all my children with me to a state and a city that doesn't pay these kind of taxes. This is kind of absurd. You know, I don't know what the future is of Chesapeake, but from what I've been studying in the city of Portsmouth, half of Portsmouth, less than 50% of the citizens there pay 50% of the taxes, less than 50%. So the burden is on the people that pay the taxes. I don't think it's fair. I think, like the car city taxes. You pay taxes on a car that you already paid for once, and then you have to pay a tax on it. In order for the city to continue gaining value or taxes on your cars that are depreciating, they're increasing the value of the cars so that they can charge you more taxes. But the city will say, we decreased the taxes, but we did increase the value of your car. We don't want that. We want a fair tax. We want our city to take care of us. As a citizen who has paid taxes after taxes after taxes and worked 3 jobs until I was too old to do it, I don't think all these taxes are fair on the burden of the people. So some adjustments need to be allowed. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Russell Christie,
He's basically going to say the same thing I did.
speaking in opposition to City Manager Item 11A.
Yeah, just a few things. Again, I worked for Virginia Beach for 20 years. You know, I've seen things that were working. I thought that were efficient that really aren't efficient here. Everybody's dealing with much higher inflation, a higher cost of living, yet our costs constantly go up. They're cost by the city government and also the federal government and the state taxes. I only really get on Facebook, but I do a lot of research on Facebook, and also I read news probably 3 or 4 hours a day. Everybody's dealing with higher taxes, higher cost of living. We're all dealing with that. Yet I have friends that say the valuation of their house, I think one said their car was $21,000 last year, and it was valued at $27,000 this year for an older car. Now, if that's happening, I can't verify. That's what he said. And I saw other comments on it also. It's ridiculous. You've got a 25% increase in just the value of the property that's older, it should be devalued. Just things that everybody sees. I remember Channel 10 just brought out that the taxes on water, the cost of water was doubled on one bill. We got a big high water bill. And Channel 10 brought that out. I think some of those people were charged, in some cases, $200-300 more on their bill. Our bill was probably $200 more, it should have been. I heard they got back, some of them got back $10. Not 100%, $10. And again, this was supposedly an administrative error. Population is constantly growing around here. Every piece of property is developed around here. You're losing all the forest. Every time you turn around, there's more development. The cost should go down because now you have all these overpriced houses that people are paying tax on. You have more of them. If you look at the greater increase in density, the cost per the individual should go down. It doesn't. Why are we paying for If you look at delivery fees on gas and everything else, and most of the time, it's for expansion, just what I brought up. That should be paid by the newer people that are moving in and the developers. We shouldn't be paying for it. It makes no sense. I want to know what do we all actually pay around here? What are we actually paying for? I've been here for almost 20 years. I probably called the police probably 3 or 4 times on minor incidents. I remember my wife got injured because she fell into a storm drain that was damaged. I called the city about 3 or 4 times. And there's a big jagged steel top to it. She fell in it, and it could have been very, very serious. And of course, I was up in arms about it because I know in Virginia Beach, we complained about that. It would have been repaired the same day. If someone got hurt, you would have had a major lawsuit. I even looked into the lawsuit. You can't sue Virginia. We were told by some lawyers here you can't sue Chesapeake for something like that. It was gross negligence. I've seen that we cut back on recycling. There's absolutely no historically preserved homes around here. I mean, what are we spending money on? We've probably torn down in the last 30 years at least the few historical houses that are here. I already talked about the broken storm drain. Retired people, I'm retired now. I've worked 3 and 4 jobs my whole life at the same time. When I was a policeman, I worked every security job, the Navy Reserves, you name it. And I've lost my ability to keep on making money. I mean, the jobs just aren't out there anymore. But my cost of living has gone up probably 30% in the last 4 years. Okay, the last thing I talked about was the development. The developers, again, we're paying for the development. We shouldn't be paying for the development. That should be beyond the new homeowners and the developers themselves. Okay. Thank you for the time.
That concludes the speakers.
Thank you very much. Next is consent agenda. Would you please present the consent agenda, Madam Clerk?
City Clerk, item 1, acknowledgements for rezoning applications. Public necessity, convenience, general welfare, and good zoning practice requires the following zoning reclassification requests to be heard. These requests are not public hearing items at this time. These items are tentatively scheduled to be heard by the Planning Commission on June the 12th, 2024, and will be considered by City Council at a future meeting. A, PLN REZ 2022-016, Stonehurst and Jefferson. B, PLN REZ 2023-018, Heron Point. Item C, PLN REZ 2024-003, Ballahack Lot rezoning has been removed from the consent agenda for consideration under the regular agenda. Item D, PLN REZ 2024-005, Kingsborough Square. Item 2, resignations. A, Kevin Finn, Bicycle Trails Advisory Committee. B, Sylvester Watkins, Human Services Advisory Board, and C. Davis Watson, Stormwater Committee. City Manager, item 1, request for the acceptance of and transfer from the grant contingency $29,491 received from the Library of Virginia's Circuit Court Records Preservation Program for deed book restoration to the Circuit Court Library of Virginia, FY 2024 deed grant, requested by the Clerk of the Circuit Court. Item 2, request for the authority to apply for an Operation Ceasefire grant from the Virginia Department of Criminal Justice Services to support the Real-Time Crime and Information Center, requested by the Police Department. Item 3, request to appropriate $76,972 in Chesapeake Integrated Behavioral Health Care donation revenue to the Client Maintenance and Drug Court programs, requested by Chesapeake Integrated Behavioral Health Care. Item 4, an ordinance authorizing the city manager to execute a memorandum of understanding with the cities of Norfolk, Chesapeake, Portsmouth, Suffolk, and Virginia Beach for the Hampton Roads Computer-Aided Dispatch Interoperability Project, requested by Information Technology. Item 5, request to transfer $200,000 from the Street Maintenance Division and $100,000 from the Waste Management Division to the Facilities Maintenance Division of Public Works, requested by Public Works. Item 6, request for the authority to apply for emergency food and shelter program funds from the Department of Homeland Security and administered by the United Way of Southampton Roads, requested by Human Services. Item 7A, request to accept and appropriate $224,400 in FY 2023 emergency shelter upgrade assistance funds received from the Virginia Department of Emergency Management to the CARES Cast Building renovation project, requested by Human Services. Item B, request to appropriate $105,600 from the high priority one-time account to the CARES Cast Building renovation project to provide matching funds for the grant award, requested by Human Services. Item 8, request for the acceptance of and transfer from the grant contingency $30,000 received from the Department of Criminal Justice Services to the Community Corrections Agency grant, requested by Human Services. That concludes the consent agenda, Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Are there any other items that council members would like to remove from the consent agenda other than 1C? Seeing none, could we have a motion, please, to approve the consent agenda with the exception of item 1C?
Move approval with the exception of item 1C.
Thank you, Mr.
Second.
Carey. Thank you, Dr.
Except for
Ward.
1C.
Please prepare to vote. Please vote and record.
Motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of item 1C is adopted by a 9-0 vote.
Next portion of our agenda is a regular agenda. I will call on Mr. Whitaker to address item 1C from the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm very familiar with the segment of Ballahack Road and around the proposed Ballahack lot rezoning. This area is dangerous, as evidenced by the high number of traffic accidents that occur in this section of the road. And for that reason, I would like the city manager to direct staff to conduct a traffic study on a portion of Ballahack Road, starting at the corner of Old Battlefield Boulevard and Ballahack Road to 300 Ballahack Road. Based on the speeding and traffic accidents I have seen, a traffic study is needed to determine what measures, including a speed limit reduction, should be taken to better protect the public safety when traveling this roadway. So with that, I move to approve consent agenda item 1C PLN REZ 2024-003.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion to approve item 1C with the changes that Mr. Whitaker described. Have any discussion?
Yeah, I have a question.
Yes.
What course of action do acknowledgements require?
Well, since it's a part of the consent agenda was approved, I would assume that we'd have to take an action to approve that for it to move forward.
I think Ms. Lindley can answer that. I think it's required.
Yes, the Virginia Code requires council to acknowledge a rezoning and refer it to Planning Commission, so that was the action that was on the consent agenda this evening, to acknowledge the application for rezoning has been filed and to refer it to the Planning Commission.
Okay, so then I don't understand, and I have no problem with Mr. Whitaker's request, but I do have an issue with bringing in what seems to be a new business item under an existing item that is completely separate from any type of study. So I don't understand why that needed to be brought forth now instead of under new business.
Well, it's been our practice and our procedure whenever there is an item removed from the consent agenda, you consider it first under the regular agenda.
Oh,
If
yes,
we
sir.
consider it, then we have to vote on it.
Yeah, no, I fully understand that. But this is something that is an acknowledgement that requires no additional action by city council other than to acknowledge that this thing is coming towards us and be sent to the planning commission. What Mr. Whitaker is asking is, in addition, to conduct a study that I would imagine is gonna cost the city some amount of money to conduct said study, which should be better heard under new business.
We do have a motion to approve item 1C under the regular agenda that is giving the city manager some direction to take. We have a motion to approve and a second. Is there any other discussion?
I would, if you don't mind, because usually these acknowledgements come forward and they're like rubber stamps, and they are the very first time we are made aware of applications going to the planning department. And I do have something to say later on that I've already talked to the manager about. So we have no opportunity other than, Mr. Whitaker has really good concerns about the safety on these country roads. It came up with an application that's coming forward. And it's the only chance I think that we have, and we never exercise it, and I believe that we should, to ask questions that may have a bearing on an application that we consider later. Because we're kind of the end of the road. And we don't know what's been filed unless we spend all sorts of time in the planning department. So maybe this is a good way to do things from now on and not just rubber stamp these. And if there are concerns with any of them, perhaps this is a better idea. Maybe they shouldn't even be on consent. But-
Mr. Vice Mayor, I've made my two statements per this item. I'll stop there.
Any other discussion on the motion? Seeing none, please prepare to vote. Please vote, and please record.
Motion to approve item 1C on the consent agenda, PLN REZ 2024-003, Ballahack Lot rezoning is adopted by a 9-0 vote.
Next is regular agenda. Mr. Manager, would you please present your items?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 9 is an ordinance amending Chapter 30 of the Chesapeake City Code entitled Finance and Taxation, Article 16 entitled Property Tax, Section 30-513 thereof, to exempt farm equipment from business personal property taxation requested by Commissioner of the Revenue.
Motion is in order. Thank you, Ms. Newens. Thank you, Dr. Ward. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please prepare to vote. Please vote and record.
Motion to approve the ordinance as presented is adopted by a 9-0 vote.
Item 10 is an ordinance amending Chapter 30 of the Chesapeake City Code entitled Finance and Taxation, Article 3 entitled Assessments, Section 30-104 thereof, to increase the maximum income threshold for those eligible for 100% relief from $22,000 to $25,000, to raise the maximum income threshold to qualify for relief from $62,000 to $70,000, and to consolidate the number of tiers of relief from 11 to 4, requested by Commissioner of the Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Motion is in order.
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Ward. Mr. Carey, any discussion?
Just, go ahead.
Dr. Ward?
I just have a question for the manager that I don't know relating to this. The question was, there were, because this was passed, recently, can you check to see if, let's say a spouse that was killed in action, before this was passed in 2023, if that spouse, if a person was killed, like 10 years ago, would that surviving spouse be eligible for a tax exemption under this, provided it passes? Is that something you could just look into to see?
The agenda item on the table is related to the income thresholds for elderly and disabled tax
Right.
relief.
Okay.
It's not related to the service-related disability item. So this was the item that Commissioner of the Revenue presented at the work session last month.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Ritter?
Thank you. Just very fast to Ms. Christie. I don't know if y'all know about this program, but if your mother has that kind of an income, and she may qualify for this program, so you might make a very productive visit to the Office of the Commissioner of the Revenue.
I think she checked into it.
Okay, that's all. I just,
Any other discussion from the dais? And none? We do have a motion for approval. Please prepare to vote. Please vote and record. Madam Clerk.
Motion to approve the ordinance as presented is adopted by a 9-0 vote.
Before you read 11, Mr. Manager, I'd like to call on Councilmember Newens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I need to make a disclosure because my husband is a firefighter for the city of Chesapeake, and city manager items 11, 12, 13, and 15 could benefit fire department employees, so I hereby disclose this personal interest. The city attorney's office has advised that as the fire department is a group of 3 or more persons and all of its members could be affected by this transaction, I can participate if this disclosure is made. Thus, while I do not have a conflict barring my participation, I hereby make this disclosure and state I'm able to participate in this transaction fairly, objectively, in the public's best interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Newens. Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next several items are related to consideration of the FY 2024 through 2025 operating budget. Item 11A is an ordinance imposing and levying a tax within the city of Chesapeake, Virginia on all taxable property for the maintenance and operation of the city, for the retirement of bonded debt, and for the paying of interest thereon for the period from July 1, 2024 to June 30, 2025, requested by budget.
Thank you. A motion is in order.
Move approval.
Thank you, Mr. Carey. Second, Ms. Ritter, thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, please prepare to vote. Please vote and record.
Motion to approve the ordinance as presented and effective on and after July 1, 2024 is adopted by a 9-0 vote.
Item 11B is a request for a declaration of surplus monies in the amount of $7,110,912 and $2,179,220 from the Greenbrier Tax Increment Financing District Fund Balance and the South Norfolk Tax Increment Financing District Fund Balance, respectively, and to transfer to the general fund requested by the Budget Department.
Motion, please. Thank you, Mr. Wright.
Second.
Please. Mr. Whitaker, thank you. Any discussion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Whitaker.
Mr. Price, just for the sake of clarity, this will in no way affect the municipal center that is projected to go into South Norfolk.
Yes, sir, you are correct.
Thanks for that clarification. Please prepare to vote. Please vote and record.
Motion to approve the request as presented effective June 30th, 2024 is adopted by a 9-0 vote.
Item 11C is an ordinance making appropriations for the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2024 and ending June 30, 2025, to prescribe the terms and payment and repeal all ordinances wholly in conflict with this ordinance, requested by Budget Department.
Motion is in order.
I'll move approval with the following amendments, Mr. Mayor.
Second.
I'd like to amend,
You want to do the amendments after the motion? That's what we usually.
okay, I'll move approval.
Second.
We have a motion for approval and a second. You want to speak to this?
If I could. There's a couple amendments I just would like to make to my motion as it relates to a couple items for further council discussion. Mr. Manager, I know we've talked about having an upcoming budget retreat or a retreat that we can discuss some of these things before July 1 when several things are enacted. The first is under the school's operating budget for the council members' awareness in our materials, it's a memorandum from Mr. Hobbs. It's item 1B, increase the school athletic funds by $5 million. Specifically, Mr. Hobbs included that no specific description was provided with this request. So I'm a bit concerned that the schools are asking for $5 million for an athletic fund and have not provided any type of description to how they're going to utilize that money. They did provide description for the other $4.3 million in that fund, which I think is very appropriate. So if we could, that's my first amendment, is to remove that for further discussion at a council retreat. We can follow up and get some further information from the schools to specifically what that $5 million is going to be utilized for. The second is our human services grants. There's a number of grants that were included, and I just like the opportunity.
Excuse me, Ms. Newens, we have a point of order, Mr.
Yes,
Vice
sir.
Mayor.
With all respect to the council member, point of order. Since any amendments are going to have to, will be voted on individually, if you have more than one amendment to the budget, I would suggest that we consider your motion to approve with this one amendment as the main motion, vote on that, and then if council feels, and the mayor does, recognize you for another amendment.
Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor. So I'll start with the motion to approve with the amendment to remove the $5 million on the school athletic funds for further information from the schools on how that specific funding will be utilized for further discussion from council before July 1.
Any other discussion?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I did try to reach out to the superintendent. Amanda and I both did it earlier before the meeting started, try to get some clarification. He just texted me now, and I just want to read what he said. He said that the Central Athletic Fund to support all schools with updated fields, school boards, and equipment. The ticket sales have not been high enough to support this, so we are adding funds. And we're also working toward making our facilities ADA compliant. No problem. I might have no issue, continuing it at your request, but I just want to let you know we did get a response finally.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Mr.
Mayor.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
There's another point of order which I think we need to be aware of, and that is the motion that is currently in possession of council is to approve the budget with an amendment. If that main motion passes, then the item has been disposed of and cannot be reconsidered at the same meeting. It can be reconsidered at a certain time in the future if it's a new agenda item. So the way the rules would, Robert's rules would assist us is, that is, if the maker of the motion, without objection from council, desires to remove her motion, then, and the seconder of the motion agrees with that, then there is no motion on the floor. Then a motion can be made to approve the budget, the agenda item. And then secondary motions can be made to amend. So the point, the major point now being the item. Madam Clerk, did you have a question about that? Because the motion on the floor, the main motion is to approve the budget with an amendment.
But if we vote on the budget right now, we won't have that amendment yet. Normally, we make the amendments
correct.
one at a time, vote on each amendment, then vote on the budget as amended. That's how we've done it in the
That is correct.
past.
But in order for an amendment to be made, there has to be a motion, council has to be in possession of a motion and a second. In other words, in this instance, in order for an amendment to be made, there has to be a motion and a second to approve the budget.
We have Newens and Ritter who made the first and second on the main motion.
Right. So if the motion in possession of council is to approve the budget, then we can accept a secondary or subsidiary motion to amend.
Maybe, I don't know that any of the three items are going to be controversial. They're all just to have further discussion with council at a retreat. So I'm happy to do them all individually.
Madam Clerk, do you have a question?
I have
Yeah.
a point of order on that I think will clarify this. The motion has been made and seconded. Councilmember Newens would like to offer an amendment. The amendment, once presented, is seconded, and we vote on the amendment, which then becomes part of the primary motion. Councilmember Newens proposes a second amendment. That is also seconded, voted on, if approved, becomes additionally part of the primary motion. We can go on and on amending forever. Once all the amendments, the approved amendments are added to the main motion, then we vote on the main motion as amended.
So maybe I just need to clarify my second, I made the original motion. My second motion is to amend with the following amendment as it relates to the athletic fund for $5 million to get further information. So that would be my amendment. And I think,
Once that is seconded and voted on and approved, it becomes part of the main motion. You're then free to make a second amendment. It's voted on and approved. If that is approved, it becomes part of the main motion. And once you're done amending it, then we vote on it as amended.
But
Okay?
if you do not want, or you don't want to vote, say a motion amendment does not carry, or how do you vote to approve the motion
because
The
the
item.
motion as amended would not include that amendment that did not pass.
Okay, so we're only voting on the amendment, not the vote.
We're voting on the first amendment, and then Councilmember Nguyen has a second amendment that we will vote on.
So we have an amendment to delay the expenditure for the schools. Any discussion on that? And second? The motion. Madam Clerk.
The amendment would be to remove the $5 million requested for the school athletic fund for additional information at a later date. And I have Newens making the motion, but I do not have a second yet.
Yeah,
Okay,
Mr. Ike
excuse me,
said
Ike. I'm sorry, Ike.
So we're now having discussion on the amendment only, not the item. And so my question to the manager is, what's the difference between voting for this and then going back to the schools and asking for an explanation on the $5 million? Could we remove that even if we don't vote for this amendment?
So as the budget is presented, it includes the $5 million that schools has requested. If you don't amend to remove that, then that expenditure remains in the budget.
Okay. So we have a motion, or have an amendment that we are getting ready to vote on. What is the amendment, Madam Clerk?
The amendment is to remove the $5 million request for school athletic funding for additional information.
Okay.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes. Any other discussion on this amendment?
Mr. Manager, if we get additional information, we can add that back on at any time, so the schools can have the $5 million with additional information, is that right? Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion on the amendment? Please prepare to vote. Please vote and record.
Motion to approve the amendment of $5 million school athletic fund request for additional information is adopted by a 9-0 vote.
Your next, Mr. Newens.
I'd move to make an additional amendment as it relates to the human services grants. I'd like to have a council discussion at our upcoming retreat in the next month prior to July 1 on what our priorities and outcomes we're trying to achieve. I know in the past at retreats we've discussed homelessness, food insecurities, different things that we were trying to achieve. I'd like to have the opportunity to do that as well for the human services grant. So I'd move to amend the human services grant portion for further discussion from council, and we can certainly add it back on at a later date after we talk about it at our retreat in the next month.
Have a motion to, an amendment to remove the human services grant and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, please prepare.
Mayor, I'm sorry.
Yes.
My question would be, to the city manager, I know, I guess the agencies that are requesting the funding, I guess they don't know they're getting it until we approve it anyway, though, but how is it going to affect their operating?
I can't speak to any individual nonprofit partner, but as you alluded to, all of those partners know it's an application project subject to funding and appropriation. To this point, no funding and appropriation has been provided by council.
Question.
Just for, yes, Dr. Ward.
I just want to know, because I know the previous amendment was considering the retreat. So do we have a date for a city council retreat? Or does it matter that it has to be at that particular time for these amended?
We do have a retreat scheduled in June. I believe it's the 10th. And so we intended to spend the morning talking about the agricultural preservation programs. My recommendation, given this information, is that we have an afternoon session on the budget items.
And you'll still have time to get these to the respective agencies in time for their budgets. for
Yes,
the
ma'am.
year. Thank you.
Please prepare to vote. Please vote and record.
The second amendment is for the Human Services grant portion to be continued to allow additional discussion at the retreat on June the 10th.
Ms. Newens?
Thank you, everyone, for bearing
By
with me.
9-0 vote.
Thank you. My last amendment is as it relates to our MOUs with our constitutional officers. I know we're working on MOUs for our public defenders as a part of the budget, if that portion is included or approved. I'd like to move to amend to remove these, or I guess remove is the right word, or hold the vote on the 3.5% increase as relates to the constitutional officers until we can get the MOUs in place prior to July 1. So should we vote on it tonight? We have no MOUs in place. If we hold that and get the MOUs in place before then, I'd just like to hold that until we get the MOUs in place. So move to amend pending an MOU and discussion at our retreat.
Do we have a second? Thank you, Mr. Reich. Any discussion?
I have a question. Mr. Manager, would any funds be released to our constitutional officers regarding this budget prior to July 1?
I believe the proposed amendment relates to the pay raises
raise,
for
I'm
the
sorry.
constitutional officers
Yes.
themselves. Those go into, they are on the city's pay plan. Those go into effect on July 1, so no funds would be released prior to July 1.
Right, so, and make sure I understand, you're just asking to hold those pay increases until MOUs are signed by our constitutional officers.
Do we use our, I'm sorry.
I'm asking for clarification, you're asking to hold the pay increase for constitutional officers until they sign MOUs with the city. Is that?
To an extent, I think we need to draft an MOU, prepare an MOU, and get that process in place before we do the funds like we're doing for the additional state agencies with the Public Defender's Office.
So,
And not to the whole office.
right, I understand.
Correct.
So we haven't had MOUs or contracts established with constitutional officers regarding their pay in years past? What has been the limiting principles or guiding principles used to determine what pay that these constitutional officers receive from the city prior to this?
For existing constitutional officers that are already on the payroll, they are treated as city employees, so they're eligible for the same general wage increase that city employees get, so the same increase that their staffs get.
Right. Okay, so what objective will these MOUs, well, let me ask you this, what intended outcomes will these MOUs provide that is not already established because we treat them as if they're employees to an extent?
So just from a management perspective, forgetting about the salary piece.
Yeah.
When I brought up the idea of MOUs, and actually Councilmember Ritter had brought this up some time ago, we were thinking more of work product. So for example, with the former treasurer, with the new treasurer, I'll say, I'll be prospective. Expectations about participation in revenue forecasting committee, expectation about the timeliness of submission of, work product and different kind of things that, expectation of participation in the city's cybersecurity program to be able to protect assets. So the new treasurer's doing an outstanding job. I think we're gonna have no problem, finding those parameters. But those parameters would be very different than like the sheriff, for example. And the expectation for the sheriff historically has been they're a director of a public safety agency, just like the police chief, and we have pay parity, so I'm not sure what the MOU looks like there. And so I think for us, the number one priority, because it's a brand-new supplement, is the public defender MOU, to make sure that council's will is effectuated and the folks that council is determined to give supplements to get those supplements. But we weren't really anticipating, for example, performance standards on that, just simply the allocation of the supplements. You may decide that for the value of that supplement, you want annual reports to council about, programs or services. So I'm trying to separate management from the pay piece. And that's a long-winded way of saying I believe the MOUs for the different constitutional officers will be dramatically different because their business lines are very different and their participation with the city government is very different.
And when will the city, when will staff have these MOUs ready for council to review?
We are working very hard to get the public defender one done prior to July 1st, and that's a brand-new MOU. I think it could be sometime before the other MOUs are ready for execution.
Okay, so then in the event that we did not get an MOU with our constitutional officers signed prior to July 1st, and a hold was placed upon their pay increase, when we got to an agreement on the MOU, would that pay increase be retrospective back to?
I would defer to Councilmember Newens, but I believe that was the intent.
I don't see an objection with that. The whole intent is to get basically parity or equality between our city staff and our constitutional officers. So when the manager mentioned in the public defenders, we're looking at internal equity. So basically, we pulled all of our department heads here to a certain standard of, these are your expectations, and if you don't reach these expectations, then obviously we're not going to give you as much money or fund this, or you're not going to get a raise. So same kind of things with our constitutional officers. These are expectations, and they're all going to be very different, like the manager said. If you don't reach these expectations, then we're going to let you know you didn't reach your expectations, or if you exceed them, we know that you exceeded them, and then we can give you additional funding because we're in tune with it. So the intent is not to hold off any 3.5% raise for everyone.
No. Well,
just to get something in place, and we can back pay.
So I actually completely agree with setting clear expectations for things. My line of question is not because I think somebody's trying to remove funding from constitutional officers, it's just trying to get clarity on what the intended outcome is going to be with our MOUs and what was already in place prior to this. I mean, this honestly would have been something for us to have included in one of our work sessions, given the importance of it and what we've dealt with in previous elected officials. But moving forward, I'm fine with that.
We have a motion to approve amendment dealing with constitutional officers. Any questions about that? Any other discussion? If not, please prepare to vote. Please vote and record.
The amendment is to withhold the 3.5 general wage increase from constitutional officers until we have MOUs in place. Is adopted by a 9-0 vote.
Next, we will vote on the item 11 as amended. I could have a motion, please.
Move approval as amended.
Thank you.
That's
11C.
11C, move the three amendments.
We have a motion. Okay. All right. We're going to vote then on the primary motion. Please prepare as amended. Please prepare to vote. Please vote and record.
Motion to approve the FY 2024-25 operating budget and appropriation ordinance for fiscal year beginning July 1, 2024 and ending June 30, 2025 to prescribe the terms and payment and to repeal all ordinances wholly in conflict with this ordinance as amended effective July 1, 2024 is adopted by a 9-0 vote.
Thank you. Mr. Manager.
Item 12 is an ordinance making appropriations for capital improvement purposes for fiscal year July 1, 2024 through June 30, 2025, requested by budget.
Motion, please.
Move approval.
Thank you, Dr. Ward.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Whitaker. Any discussion? Seeing none, please prepare to vote. Please vote and record.
Motion to approve the ordinance as presented effective July 1, 2024 is adopted by a 9-0 vote.
Item 13 is an ordinance amending an ordinance establishing a human resources classification and compensation plan for the city of Chesapeake, Virginia, which was originally adopted on December 17, 2013, and subsequently amended to be effective July 1, 2024, requested by Human Resources.
Motion is in order. Thank you, Mr. Ike.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Bond. Any discussion? Please prepare to vote.
I have asked a question.
Go ahead.
Mr. Manager, there was some language that was deleted in here as it related to payout of leave. Can you just explain for us what that is? So if someone leaves the city, are we no longer going to be paying them out a portion of their leave?
Thank you for that question. So no, over time, we have been moving personnel policy things out of the classification and compensation plan and into the personnel policy. So provisions like that now reside in the personnel policy.
And what is the intention of the language that was stricken as it relates to salaries starting at the lower range? So I think previously it said, if you start at the lower range and you want to deviate that, you have to have written justification, and now we're going to be doing evaluation based on your merit or your experience.
Yeah, so now we're going to do an evaluation regardless of the request. So what happens was some agencies requested, some didn't. In any event, Human Resources was doing the analysis. Absent the request, Human Resources was having to go back and chase down the department director for the paperwork. So since HR is going to be doing the evaluation anyway, we're just making HR the first step in the process.
Thank you.
We have a motion for approval. Please prepare to vote. Please vote and record.
Motion to approve the ordinance as presented, effective July 1, 2024, is adopted by a 9-0 vote.
Item 14 is a resolution of official intent to reimburse expenditures with the proceeds of a borrowing requested by finance.
Motion, please. Motion, please.
Move approval.
Thank you, Dr. Ward. Thank you, Mr. Carey. Any discussion? Please prepare to vote. Please vote and record.
Motion to approve the resolution as presented is adopted by a 9-0 vote.
Item 15 is an ordinance amending Chapter 34 of the Chesapeake City Code entitled Fire Prevention and Protection, Section 34-6 thereof, to insert a table of fees to be assessed for commercial establishment inspections conducted to determine compliance with the Virginia statewide Fire Prevention Code as amended, requested by the Fire Department.
Motion is in order.
Move approval.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you, Mr. Whitaker. Is there any discussion? Please prepare to vote. Please vote and record.
Mr. Carey.
Carrie.
Mr. Carey. Motion to approve the ordinance as presented is adopted by a 9-0 vote.
Item 16A is a request to deappropriate $933,041 of funding from the Chesapeake Correctional Center Building 18 renovations project requested by Public Works.
Motion, please.
Move approval.
Thank you.
Second.
Mr. Carey, Mr. Whitaker. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please, Ms. Whit, Ms.
I'm not sure where this question goes because there are a couple of different spots, and I can't really remember where I checked it. Are we not receiving the reimbursement from the state for the addition? Did I read that correctly? Is Mr.
Ask Mr. Sori to address.
So the genesis of this request is because when we were doing the paperwork to implement the previous action that council authorized, we realized that some of the appropriation that we were requesting to be transferred was in fact reimbursable money. Since we had yet to receive those reimbursements, it wasn't eligible to be applied to this project. We are still eligible with the execution of the project, though, to receive reimbursement back from the state. So really, we're just swapping out funding sources on this project, so the
Okay, we
scope
didn't
remains the
miss
same.
out on a reimbursement.
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sori.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, please prepare to vote. Please vote and record.
Motion to approve the request as presented is adopted by a 9-0 vote.
Item 16B is a request to transfer $933,041 of available appropriations from the Mosquito Control Facility Relocation Project to the Chesapeake Correctional Center Building 18 renovations project requested by Public Works.
Motion, please. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you, Mr. Newens. Any discussion? Please prepare to vote. Please vote and record.
Mr. West. Motion to approve the request as presented is adopted by a 9-0 vote.
Item 17A is a request to appropriate $730,943 of revenue received from the Commonwealth of Virginia to the FY24 operating budget in the Interagency Consortium Pool Fund requested by Human Services.
Thank you, Ms.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Ritter. Dr. Ward, any discussion? Please prepare to vote. Please vote and record.
Motion to approve the request as presented is adopted by a 9-0 vote.
Item 17B is a request to transfer $432,054 from the general fund non-departmental to the FY24 operating budget in the Interagency Consortium Pool Fund requested by Human Services.
Motion, please.
Move approval.
Thank you, Ms. Ritter. Thank you. Dr. Ward,
May I
please.
comment? We're getting these every year, and I thank council for the support of this group. The state has gone through a transformation on funding this for a group of children who cannot be in a public school setting because they are either a danger to themselves or others. And every year we go through this, and I think Ms. Lilhill's staff, they always keep us up to date. But I think we should ask for Kenya Youngblood, who's the administrator of the Children's Services Act, if she could send just a short memo, because we don't get any short memos from the state, as to the changes that the state has made on how to pay the schools, the residential care, the special day schools these students have to go to. And I think you all would really be astounded at the new regulations from the state and how these costs have escalated and how difficult it is to find placement for the children who have to go into residential care. And additionally, the number of times that the residential care facilities don't comply with regulations, and then the staff is forced to sometimes on an emergency action find a spot. So I know they will be very thankful for the support on this. These are sad cases and really necessary for the welfare of, there are about 160 children that are dealt with a year from ages 5 to 18. So thank you.
Thank you. We do have a motion for approval. Please prepare to vote. Please vote and record, Madam Clerk.
Motion to approve the request as presented is adopted by a 9-0 vote.
Item 18A is a resolution authorizing the Board of Directors of CSB of Chesapeake Incorporated to voluntarily terminate the existence of the non-stock corporation, to distribute the assets of the corporation to the City of Chesapeake, and to execute all documents in connection therewith requested by Chesapeake Integrated Behavioral Health Care.
Motion, please.
Move approval.
Thank you, Ms. Newens. Thank you,
Second.
Mr. Bond. Any discussion? Please prepare to vote. Please vote and record.
Motion to approve the resolution as presented is adopted by a 9-0 vote.
Item 18B is a request for the acceptance and appropriation of $366,694 from the CSB of Chesapeake Incorporated to the capital improvement project entitled Chesapeake Cares Cast Building Renovation, requested by Chesapeake Integrated Behavioral Health Care.
Motion, please.
Move approval.
Thank you,
Second.
Dr. Ward. Thank you, Mr. Carey. Any discussion? Please prepare to vote. Please vote and record.
Motion to approve the request as presented is adopted by a 9-0 vote.
Item 19 is a resolution to close the Hampton Roads Regional Jail, sell the facility and assets to the City of Portsmouth, Virginia, and dissolve the Hampton Roads Regional Jail Authority as soon as possible thereafter, requested by the City Manager's Office.
Motion is in order. Thank you, Mr. Wright.
Second. Very good.
And who seconded? Thank you, Mr. Whitaker. Any discussion?
Dr. Whitaker.
Yeah, I would like to point out the exceptional leadership of Deputy Manager Bob Geis in this. It's hard to get just one city to agree, but to get multiple, 5 cities to agree on something As difficult as this, sir, good job, so.
We all are in debt to you. Thank you, sir, for your leadership, and Mr. Wright for serving on this board. Did we vote yet? No. No, let's do that then. Please prepare to vote. Please vote and record.
Motion to approve the resolution as presented is adopted by a 9-0 vote.
Next is citizens' comments on services, policies, and affairs of the city. Non-agenda speakers. Madam Clerk, do we have any?
Yes, sir, we have one speaker, Vic Nichols, speaking on affairs of the city.
I didn't know this was a college graduation. Several things that didn't get discussed in terms of the budget. There's been a lot of talk in a couple of places in regards to those fees. My understanding is that we, and I believe Suffolk, are either going to be or are getting sued because of those traffic light cameras.
Is your mic
If
on?
you,
Is the mic, yeah.
yes, it's green. I can't move this. Okay. My understanding is in regards to those fees that we get for speeding with the red light cameras, is that we're being sued on that, or we will be sued. If you take a look at profits and things like that there are, Chesapeake's running about, what, 260,000 people. Virginia Beach, over 450. But the amount of money that we are taking is 5 times what theirs is. There's been a whole lot of complaints on there. State law was that that's actually supposed to be for safety, but yet we can never see any statistics showing us whether things are safer or not. So problem number one, that needs to be looked at, because really, people are saying it's nothing more than just y'all trying to get money from us. And that's pretty much it. Especially in the Greenbrier area, where 25% of those cameras are, it's kind of obvious. I still have heartburn over having a private school that lets its kids, the buses and stuff, go in the back as to where they drop off and everything else. And we have red light cameras there, or the speed cameras there. But B.M. Williams, Title I school, which is on Battlefield Boulevard, gets nothing. And there, a lot of times, they're backed up on Battlefield. Still have some heartburn on that. Getting back to Greenbrier, though, a number of people have indicated they don't come to Greenbrier because of the traffic. But yet again, we're taking TIF money that could go to upgrade several of the areas in Greenbrier. Hasn't been done. Don't know when that's going to change. But yet Lake Thrasher is going to come. They're going to start doing that. That's not the only thing. What about the rebuild of the Greenbrier Mall area? That 20-some acres. I think it's 20. What's going to happen then? I bring these things up because the gentleman made a very correct point in that we're not seeing questions that we asked come back to us. The transparency is not just there, but the communication in terms of justify this are not there. That's very concerning. One of the things that was mentioned once by council is that people only come and talk to us when they're upset. You know, if people, and this comes from a psychologist, if people come to a point where they are ignored, when their feelings are ignored, they're going to turn around and do it the same way back to others. They're going to turn around and do it to that. Because they're going like, you hurt me, you don't want to listen to me, why should I listen to you? And that's why people only come up to scream. That's why people only talk when it's bad. Because all they get back is that same thing. Thank you.
Excuse me, next is unfinished business. Any council members have any unfinished business items? Seeing none, we'll move to new business. Mr. Hike?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Manager, I was driving down Battlefield Boulevard coming out of Great Bridge heading north. I came across the bridge, and to my left was a young family pushing a stroller with two small children in tow, trying to go from the Locks Park side of the street, across Battlefield over to the museum side. Can we look at putting a crosswalk at least in there, maybe with some warning lights or something? Because it was like playing Frogger, I'm sure.
Ms. Ritter?
Thank you. I have 2 or 3 items. This might be old business given the action tonight, but in the retreat that is going to be dealing with the questions that Ms. Newens brought up, I'd like you to add a couple. And one would be a general discussion on tax policies, particularly on the personal property tax. And I think it would be fair to have an open discussion with all members of council to kind of decide a direction on where the broadest relief can come for the most people, which I think is important, and how that fits into budgeting. Just kind of makes sense, so we have a path forward and things are not left until the last minute or 2 weeks before the budget. I think that's unfair to everybody, that it appears only one group here and one group there are getting attention, when I think everybody realizes times are tough. I don't care who you are. People are tightening their belts, and we do need to be responsive to that. So I'd like to see that on there. I'd also like maybe to discuss with, and thank you, Captain Geis, for the, I can't get out calling him Captain, for the hard work on the jail. And since that'll be recurring revenue, how can that be utilized for this kind of purpose, or do you have a plan for it?
That savings is already baked into.
Okay, well, then I think we need, those are the things I think would help us know. And, but I think the fair tax policies are really important. So I have those, and I also have a request for a city code change. And I've passed the motion out that Ms. Lindley was kind enough to give to me. So I've spoken to the city manager, the city attorney, and the commissioner of the revenue about a city code amendment to benefit the surviving spouses of certain service members who have died in the line of duty. This code change will qualify certain surviving spouses of service members who died in the line of duty for a reduced tax rate for their principal residence. I would ask that, unless there's an objection from a member of council, I would ask that the staff draft an ordinance adopting this reduced tax rate for certain surviving spouses pursuant to the authority set forth in the Virginia Code, Section 58.1-1, 2025-3228.2 and present it for council's consideration on the May 28th, 2024 agenda. I would further ask that the reduced tax rate be retroactive to taxable years beginning on 1 July 2023, and that any person whose real property qualifies for this program be taxed at a rate of 1/1,000,000 of 1 cent per $100 of assessed value. I know that sounds a little strange, but the legislation that was passed in 2022 did not allow for a total exemption. So this is what Virginia Beach has done. Franklin has gone in a little bit different direction. So this would only affect, right now, between 2 and 4 people who were kind of in limbo until this 2022 legislation was passed. And unfortunately, we weren't notified that it was local option, and we had to adopt the program. So this is allowing for it to be adopted. This affects very few people, probably looks like, I don't know, between 2 and 4 people, and it is only retroactive to the 1st of July, 2023, per the legislation. So it's not going to be a big hole in the budget, but I think it's going to mean quite a lot for those very few individuals who may need it. So unless there's an objection, I'd ask that that come forward on May the 28th. Oh, one more thing. Oh, go ahead.
No. I'm sorry.
You still have the
Go ahead.
floor.
You said you still have the floor, so people.
Okay, another thing, for a work session coming up fairly quickly, I was watching the Planning Commission the other night, and I have to question the department making a recommendation to the commission based on the comprehensive plan that has not been adopted. I have never seen that in my term on the Planning Commission, nor 24 years here on council. And it seems to me there is a tacit adoption of a plan the council has not endorsed or adopted. Have you ever seen that?
I'm a bad one to ask since I spent decades as a planner, so yes.
That's why I'm asking.
Yes, I have seen that.
Here? Have you seen it here?
I don't know about here, I'm not well enough versed, but I definitely appreciate that sentiment and talk to staff about it. Remember, staff use a variety of things to make their recommendation, plans and policies, but also studies that have been performed, best practices from other places, their own professional expertise. But we do always need to be sensitive that we're not elected by anybody. The elected officials set policy. And so be extra sensitive to the notion of making recommendations based on an unadopted policy.
Yeah, and where this location was, interestingly, I have a copy of all the public comments, which is this thick. And nowhere does it call for increased density and more multifamily in that area. As a matter of fact, it's exactly the opposite. So I just have a real issue about that. And now there's we acknowledged another rezoning tonight in the same area that the staff wants multifamily, but apparently the public does not. So I'm really concerned about that, and I don't know how you want to deal with it. But, I have a great respect for the planning staff, but this is a bit of social engineering, and I have a little bit of a problem with that. Thank you.
I'll be very quick.
Dr. Ward?
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, and to manager, and I didn't realize that this was coming forth, but I was contacted by some individuals who live in Chesapeake and at church they knew about the recent gentleman sent that out, the recent law. And the question was, which is what I asked at the inappropriate time, but if the person's spouse died before this was enacted, is it possible for that surviving spouse, of course, he was on total disability, and it relates to what has been said about the taxes, because the surviving spouse, elderly, and it was asking me if we had anything, or if it could be possible, or would be possible, for her to receive a tax reduction on her property, where now she lives in Chesapeake in a home, but on very, very limited income. And the spouse died before this, like 4 or 5 years ago. Is that something that we could inquire about? But I guess I asked Mr. Hopkins, he said you have to talk to the Commissioner of Revenue, and that was what I would have advised her to do. But I just wondered, is there anything that we could find out from the Commissioner of Revenue if persons whose spouses died before the law was enacted, let's say 6 years ago in active duty, would that spouse who is now living in a home and really having problems paying her taxes, but she's elderly too, like 80, whatever. Is that something we can ask because Mr. Hobbs said he didn't know. They would just have to ask the Commissioner of Revenue, is there something, could it be? I know this is retroactive to 2023, but is there anything they can appeal to other than the fact that she is elderly? And, would that be
Ms. Lamb?
something that can?
Yes, that's something we can absolutely work with the Commissioner of Revenue on. Once we have an ordinance adopted, it will be governed by whatever provisions the council adopts. So if the council makes it retroactive to 2023, then she can only get taxed retroactive to 2023. But at this point, we don't have an ordinance on the books. The only qualifier I would say in regard to the specific surviving spouse ordinance that we're talking about now, that ordinance wasn't adopted until January of 2022. So there's no authority for the tax exemption prior to that timeline. So yes, we have to just follow the laws, and we can help her work through that.
Thank you.
But
Thank you,
let me
Dr.
ask
Ward.
this
Ms.
question.
Newlands?
Oh,
Newlands?
I think this is limited to people who die serving on active duty, not elderly.
There's distinctions for, I have to say, there's a lot of statutory authority for this. There's statutory authority for elderly and disabled. There's statutory authority for certain service members that are killed in the line of duty, that are killed in the line of action. So I think the best thing to do regarding eligibility is to speak with the Commissioner of Revenue. They're the ones who implement those programs. We're happy to assist as well, but there's a lot of authority out there, and so individual eligibility will vary, and we have a very good
Exactly.
program with the Commissioner of Revenue to help people sort through that.
Absolutely. Thank you so very much. Appreciate that.
Ms. Newlands?
I'll be very brief. Going through the budget process, there's been a number of things that I've noticed that I think could be helpful to all of council, so I'll just ask the manager for consideration on these. We received a budget report on a year-to-date for the current expenditures through the city for us to consider when we look at the budget for the upcoming year. Is it possible that council could receive quarterly reports as the budget year is moving forward? We can see where we are on what we've spent and what is in excess, so we can start seeing maybe future trends and where we want to go with that funding. And then second, when we have new positions that are implemented, do we have an evaluation process after the first year that we look at productivity of that position and see if it's something we want to continue in the city? And if not, can we look into doing something like that?
Yes, actually, not just for new hires, but all positions. So every year, department directors start with a negative in their budget, and they have to either cut something from their budget or make a case for why it shouldn't be cut. So often it's new hires, programs that aren't meeting objectives, or sometimes the new hire might be working on a program that is meeting objectives, and it might be some other function that's not meeting objectives. So I would say yes, but it's not just new hires, it's the totality of their programs get annual review.
Thank you. And then as it relates to the budget retreat, or I'm calling it a budget retreat, but it's becoming one, can we discuss the expenditures in our reversion fund as well when we're going over information, and then the impacts of the state budget. I think we should hopefully maybe have some information by then. And then lastly, I know we're going to be discussing recycling at the end of this month, and the future of recycling as it relates to SIPSA and where they're going. Can we also discuss at that retreat recycling and maybe the direction council would like to go, or the future of recycling for the city of Chesapeake after that SIPSA work session?
So the SIPSA work session will be the first meeting in June. First meeting in
Okay.
June. So that they'll be happening right about the same time.
Okay. And then, just as you're reviewing the budget and the state income, and we're looking at the reversion fund, while you're looking at those things, will you keep in mind the possibility of bringing forward a 1 cent credit on our real estate tax? The potential of doing that before July 1. So as we're looking through all these funding sources, can you look for ways to identify a 1 cent credit as a reduction on our real estate tax for consideration in a future meeting?
So council's actions tonight on the budget, so you didn't move forward on several expenditure items. That adds some capacity that exists in the budget today. Doing more than that would require either cuts to programs or services, augmentation with the general fund. You mentioned reversion to school, something different with the revenue sharing agreement. So big picture concept, we'll take a look at what that would look like and then give council, if it's your pleasure, a menu of alternatives to try to make that happen.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Would I ask you also just to be mindful as you're doing these things that we don't want to, it's fine for us to get reports and information, but we don't want to overstep our roles as policymakers. You're there to carry out the policies, and we don't want to be given information that would empower us to do your job. So just making that aware. Mr. Carey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chesapeake's charter states that city council shall consist of a mayor and 8 members elected from a city at large without regards to borough residency. Several groups have come before council expressing a desire to amend the charter to establish single-member voting districts rather than the at-large system. I can see the merits of at-large and the single-member district, but I would like to know our citizens' thought on this question. To that end, I ask that the city attorney draft a resolution directing the city attorney to petition the circuit court to call a referendum, an advisory referendum on whether the city charter shall be amended to replace the at-large voting system with single-member voting districts. I ask this resolution be placed on the city council agenda for May 28 for council consideration. Mr. Mayor, I asked this under Virginia Code 15.2-201, which authorizes a referendum posing a question to the citizen regarding charter amendments. And I would further like to say that this is a referendum seeking input from citizens on how they feel about this matter. This is nothing that binds council in any way.
I object to that request. I really think that asking citizens on a question of that we don't have enough information to go on is very premature. So that's my objection to that.
Sure, that's fine, but the purpose of this is to get as much information. We're not making any decisions. We're asking citizens to give input on this. So I don't understand where the objection is coming from.
Well, I think I've said what it's coming from. You're just not hearing it. It's premature in my opinion. Ms. Noyes, did you have something? You were going to be absent?
No, I was just going to say, I'm not going to be here on that council day. So if this were to go forward, I just wanted to make that known.
I understand your request, but I do believe it's a request that's going to have to be brought up and voted on by the council because based on the fact that one person does not have the authority to tell the city manager or city attorney what to do.
No. Every council member has a right to request for something to be placed on the agenda item.
If there's no objection, then this is an
that is found nowhere in our bylaws.
You've heard my statement.
That is found nowhere in our bylaws.
You've heard my statement.
Yeah, your statement is fine, but your statement is
I'm not
out of line with our
here.
bylaws.
I understand what you're saying, but you said what you had to say. I said what I had to say. Any other?
Excuse me, Dr. Ward. I don't understand how you feel as if your word supersedes anything that I've said when you have absolutely no authority given to you by our bylaws to make such a statement to discredit anything that I've requested of our staff. It is simply requesting staff to create a resolution, then council can decide what it wants to do, which we voted on the ability to decide what we want our agenda items to look like before we actually vote on it the day of a council meeting. So any objection can be heard out then, per our bylaws that we duly voted on.
If you want the staff to take action, then you need to have approval from the council.
That statement that you just made is found nowhere in our bylaws.
Okay, that's enough, that's enough.
Again,
Yes.
that statement,
That's
you don't have the
enough.
authority to shut me up on that one.
Yes, Dr. Ward? Did you have something else?
Something that you can comment on? With respect to what Councilman Carey is saying, or it goes to, he's requesting staff to look at this agenda? Is there anything that, it's not a motion, or is it? You're just bringing forth, requesting, and, well, I support what he's requesting.
Is there any other
Absolutely.
unfinished business items any council members would like to
No,
bring up at this time?
I would like to make sure that my request is something that my city attorney is going to be able to carry out. And if
Next
there's any
is-
objection to my request, and I would like to know on what authority do you make that objection?
As a member of this council, Mr. Carey, I have a right to disagree with you, and I have done that.
Yes, you do, and that means that you can either vote yea or nay when we approve the agenda on May 28th.
So
That
you,
isn't
by,
prematurely-
because you're one person, you don't get to say either. I'm sorry. It should be a council
Excuse me,
decision.
under what authority are you making this statement is what I'm asking.
I'm
you,
not
sir.
going to argue with you on this on the floor. If you want to talk afterwards, be glad to talk to you.
No, because my
Next is
request
closed
for-
session.
I
Madam
have
Attorney, would you
10
please
minutes of
provide-
uninterrupted time, sir, and I have not spoken for 10 minutes.
Madam Attorney,
Per
do you
our
have?
rules of procedure.
Madam
You are out of order for violating our
Madam
rules of
Attorney,
procedure,
would you
sir.
please provide the language for the closed topic?
No, ma'am, I'm not done. My
You
light
are
is
out
still
of order,
green.
sir.
How? Under what of our rules of procedure am I violating?
I believe we read something about being disorderly and that we're trying to.
I have not
Okay.
disrespected anyone. I've sitting here, spoken very calmly. I've asked you under what authority are you making your statements. You've given no statute, no statement within our rules of procedure to substantiate your objection. I'm simply asking for you to show us, based on our rules of procedure that we voted on, how I am wrong in what I'm requesting. And you are not giving me anything other than I don't like it, which I think that is premature, and that is out of line.
I didn't say I didn't like it. I said we're not ready.
Oh, I'm sorry, that you object.
Yeah.
Mr. K, may I ask a question?
Sure.
Under what, because we've changed a lot of rules recently, so bear with me. Under which rule, I know we have specific rules that relates to items to go on the agenda, and there's with or without objection. So under which rule do we have authority to direct staff to do something with an objection? I'm trying to understand which rules specifically you're operating under.
So this is not a direction, this is simply me saying that I would like this placed on, as a new agenda item, coming up on May 28th to be voted on. Now, if council agrees or disagrees with that, then when we set our agenda for May 28th, which we've given ourselves the ability to do, we can remove that item on May 28th. That's why I'm very confused as to why there's any reason to raise any objection to it when I'm not forcing anything or there's not anything to vote on at this time. It's peculiar to me.
You've made your point, Mr. Carey.
All right, well, then I look forward to seeing that item
We made your
on the
point.
agenda May 28th.
Madam Clerk, Madam Attorney, would you please provide the language for the closed meeting?
A motion to conduct a closed meeting to, 1, consult with the city attorney pertaining to actual litigation where such consultation in an open meeting would adversely affect the litigating posture of the city council, specifically regarding the city of Chesapeake versus Norfolk Dredging Company. 2, discuss the acquisition and conveyance of real property specifically related to the Great Bridge Historic Gateway Overlay District, where discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body. 3, discussion regarding proprietary information related to an economic development opportunity, specifically regarding tourism, that was voluntarily provided by private business pursuant to a promise of confidentiality from a public body. And 4, discussion and consideration of prospective candidates for employment, specifically regarding the city auditor position, as permitted by Section 2.2-3711A, 1, 3, 7, and 39 of the Code of Virginia.
Motion, please. Thank you, Mr. Terry. Thank you, Mr. Bond. Please prepare to vote. Please vote and record.
Motion to conduct a closed meeting is adopted by a 9-0 vote.
Which rule dictates items on an agenda?
Are we going right in, or are we having?
It should be under 18, it's at the end.
gosh, it's 9:15.
Everybody here?
Brandon's at home. Thank God. Okay.
Madam Attorney, would you please provide the language for the certification of the closed meeting?
A motion to certify that to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered.
Thank you, Mr. Carey. Dr. Ward, please prepare to vote. Please vote and record, Madam Clerk.
Motion to certify the closed meeting is adopted by a 9-0 vote.
Mr. Carey, please.
May the grace of God be with us, and the sweet communion of his Holy Ghost rest, rule, and abide with us henceforth, now and forever, till we meet again. Amen.
Amen. Council is adjourned, 9:16. Later.